Ladies and gentlemen, and genetic anomalies, what is happening? I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. And if not, I hope that today's stream makes your day at least a little bit better. I am your host, notanewbie, coming to you live from the East Coast of the United States of America. And today, we have some rather interesting things to react to and to discuss. We will, of course, be watching the 2026 State of the Union address by President Trump. We actually do have that here. They've had this long running feed of old Trump speeches that they've been running on the official White House channel, but there are other things that we'll be reacting to as well. There are these other things, and I'll give a rundown and breakdown of what exactly these all are supposed to be. But if I have the time to do so tonight, we will see, because these things tend to be a little bit long. I will attempt to react to this massive story, talking about how the DOJ stepped in to hide content in the Epstein files that was referencing Donald Trump, and allegedly, I think some people are characterizing this as, censoring accusations against Trump, essentially. So that'll be an interesting story. Also, because I am huge about free speech, I really want to talk about the Stephen Colbert and CBS story, because I think that story is fascinating. The story changes a whole lot depending on who you believe as well, right? It's either Stephen Colbert was right and either CBS or Trump was trying to shut him up, which is interesting in one direction, or he was lying and Stephen Colbert was essentially trying to violate FCC rules, which is also interesting. So a whole lot of interesting angles that we could take that conversation. So I really do think that it would be interesting to cover. But in the meantime, I'm just here waiting for Donald Trump to go live. I don't believe this isn't live, is it?
Back there, I'd like to move the press back so they can see that. But the Great American State Fair will bring Americans.
Yeah, this is not live. Well, you've got to be kidding me. It's at 9. Literally, all the feeds have been going live at 7. I thought it was going to be at 7. This is ridiculous. I thought it was going to be at 7 for sure. So in that case, hold on, wait. I'm going to pause the music. Okay. In that case, we can definitely dive right into the news here. We've got this. This is from NPR. This is a massive story. I haven't read this yet, but I saw the headline and I was like, wow, I have to read this, and I have to read and react to it on stream. Hold on, this cable's getting pinched here. There we go. All right. So the headline here is, this is from NPR. The headline here is, Justice Department withheld and removed some Epstein files related to Trump. Let's just read this. The Justice Department has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor, in NPR investigation finds. It also removed some documents from the public database where accusations against Jeffrey Epstein also mentioned Trump. Interesting. Some files have not been made public despite a law mandating their release. These include what appear to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor. Wait, so these all stem from one accusation? I assumed, from what little I had known of the breadth of the content that had been censored or whatever, I assumed that this would have been accusations from multiple people. And there have actually been, I think, at least 1 or 2 dozen accusations related to Trump in these files that, either weren't investigated or they were investigated and investigators concluded that Trump had done nothing wrong or that the lady was crazy or whatever. So if we're seeing 50 pages regarding one accuser, that's certainly interesting. Now, I don't know how accurate those claims are, but 50 pages is a lot of documentation to have without proof. But yeah, let's read on here. NPR reviewed multiple sets of unique serial numbers appearing before and after the pages in question, stamped onto documents in the Epstein files database, FBI case records, emails, and discovery document logs in the latest tranche of documents published at the end of January. NPR's investigation found dozens of pages that appear to be cataloged by the Justice Department but not shared publicly. The Justice Department declined to answer NPR's questions on the record about these specific files, what's in them, and why they are not published. After publication, the Justice Department reached out to NPR, taking issue with how its responses to questions were framed. Department of Justice spokeswoman Natalie Baldessari reiterated the DOJ's stance that any documents not published are privileged, are duplicates, or relate to an ongoing federal investigation, which is, as far as I'm aware, all of that is true. As far as I'm aware, I don't think that the DOJ is hiding anything or I don't think that DOJ is withholding any information that isn't deemed sensitive. The law that was passed requiring the documents to be released had to be passed in order to force them to be released. They were being withheld because they were sensitive or, you didn't want to expose victims or whatever. The problem is because there's so many files that you're starting to see, some victims getting exposed because they're trying to rush these files in these batches. And that's just leading to some mistakes being made, content being released that shouldn't have been released. So this is all kind of interesting, but you would think that they've been sitting on this data for a while, that they should have already been trying to redact everything that should have been redacted. But I guess that's not what they were doing. Reading on here. Following NPR's reporting, the House Oversight Committee's ranking member, Representative Robert Garcia, Democrat from California, released a statement about the missing files. Yesterday, I reviewed unredacted evidence logs at the Department of Justice. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes, Garcia stated. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have already been investigating this allegation against the president and will now open a parallel investigation into the DOJ's decision not to release these particular documents. Which, frankly, is fair, right? It is suspicious that they would hide these documents. There could be an explanation, but it's still suspicious. Other files scrubbed from public view pertain to a separate woman who was a key witness for the prosecution in the criminal trial of Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, who was serving a 20-year prison sentence for sex trafficking. Maxwell is seeking clemency from Trump. Some of those documents were briefly taken down and put back online last week, while others remain hidden, according to NPR's comparison of the initial data set from January 30th with document metadata of those files currently on the Justice Department's website. NPR does not name victims of sexual abuse. Are they saying that because the victims were named in the documents? Everyone was like, oh, release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files. Well, I mean, they released it, got that information now. We have this chat here on Kick. It says, notanewbie, come to us, NEZHNACOMWX to a, hey, is this like, this is like a bot or something? Like, don't know who this is. We always get the most interesting chats from Kick. Of all the platforms I'm streaming on, we get the most interesting chats from Kick. says here, when asked for comment about the missing pages in the accusations against the president, a White House spokeswoman told NPR that Trump has, quote, done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. Which is true. To be fair, did Joe Biden release the Epstein files? No. And what did Obama do about Epstein? I don't recall Obama doing anything about Epstein. So, were the Epstein files compiled by then? Let me see. Did Obama do anything about the Epstein files? At a cursory search, I'm not seeing anything about that. At a cursory search. But anyways, let's keep reading. Just as President Trump said, he's been totally exonerated on anything related to Epstein, White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson told NPR in a statement. But when you're hiding documents like these, it doesn't make it seem like that's the case, right? I mean, I've heard this line over and over again, but frankly, whenever the administration speaks about the Epstein files, I'm not 100% sure whether or not I believe what they have to say. Because at first they were like, oh, there were no files. Everything has been released. It's like, oh, there are some files. It's like, oh, we're putting all the files in the binder. Oh, turns out those binders are empty. Like, I don't know how many different times we have to be told different things from the federal government about the Epstein files before we're like, okay, we know you're lying at this point, right? We know that you're untrustworthy when it comes to speaking about the Epstein files. So, like, I don't know how much you should trust the White House spokeswoman, Abigail Jackson, but let's still read what she had to say. And by releasing thousands of pages of documents, cooperating with the House Oversight Committee's subpoena request, signing the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and calling for more investigations into Epstein's Democrat friends, President Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. Meanwhile, Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Stacey Plaskett have yet to explain why they were soliciting money in meetings from Epstein after he was a convicted sex offender. Well, that's also an interesting question, but that's also complete redirection. The White House has previously pointed to a statement from the Justice Department that says the Epstein files contain untrue and sensationalist claims about the president. And this much we know. Some people have read into the files and they found some of those claims that weren't true. But they're still there. And frankly, I think for transparency's sake, it is good to have the information there. It's good to have it all out in the open, I think. Something may make Trump look bad, but if, they investigated and found out that it wasn't credible or whatever, then it is what it is. And let's say that there are accusations that should have been investigated, but weren't. That also should be documented. So I feel like for the people, it's a win-win if you can release information without re-victimizing victims. Clearly, the administration wants to hide certain information from the public. I'm quite sure different people are going to come to different conclusions about why that is the case. Let's see here. In a February 14th letter to members of Congress, first reported by Politico, Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche insist that no records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. I don't believe this either. Hold on. Wait, what is this? This is... Yeah, no, I don't believe this either, because wasn't Pam Bondi lying through her teeth when she was on the stand at Capitol Hill? So, like, why would I believe what she has to say in these letters? It's just not. I don't know. Anyways, hold on. We got a message here from Abdul Bari H7W NGA talking to. What? I don't know what that means. Anyways, let's see here. Let me minimize this. Okay. According to the newly released files, the FBI internally circulated Epstein-related allegations that mentioned Trump in late July and early August 2025. The list, collected from the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, included numerous salacious allegations. Agents marked most of the accusations as unverifiable or not credible. But one lead was sent to the FBI's Washington office with the purpose of setting up an interview with the accuser. The lead was included in an internal PowerPoint slide deck detailing prominent names in the Epstein and Maxwell investigations last fall. So that's interesting. So is this saying here essentially that, all of the people accusing Trump of wrongdoing were deemed uncredible except for one person, right? This one lead who they then were like, okay, we're going to interview. I wonder if that's what they're saying here. The woman who directly named Trump in her abuse allegation claims that around 1983, when she was around 13 years old, Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to, a part of his body, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Interesting. Out of more than 3 million pages of files released by the Justice Department in recent months, this specific allegation against Trump appears only in copies of the FBI list. This specific allegation against Trump appears only in copies of the FBI list of claims in the DOJ slideshow. The review of FBI case logs and discovery documents turned over to Maxwell and her attorneys in the criminal case against her point to one place the claim could have come from and how serious investigators took it. The FBI interviewed this Trump and Epstein accuser 4 times. That is according to an FBI serial report and a list of non-testifying witness material in the Maxwell case that were also released under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Only the first interview, conducted in July 24, 2019, is in the public database. That interview does not mention Trump. Wait, what is this? I'm not a robot. Yes. Oh, well, thank goodness that they released all of this information. Okay, but it says it doesn't mention Trump. Of 15 documents listed in a log of the Maxwell discovery material for this first accuser, only 7 are in the Epstein Files database. Those missing also include notes that accompany 3 of the interviews. The discrepancy in the file for the Trump accuser was first reported by independent journalist Roger Sollenberger on, what is it, Substack? The piece is called FBI Interviewed Trump Accuser Epstein Files Show. According to NPR's review of 3 different sets of serial numbers stamped onto the dates, there appear to be 53 pages of interview documents and notes missing from the public Epstein database. In the first interview document, the woman discussed ways Trump abused her. In the interview document, the woman discussed ways Epstein abused her as a girl, and in identifying him to investigators, showed a cropped photo of the disgraced financier. Her attorney said it was cropped because she was concerned about implicating additional individuals, and specifically any that were well known due to fear of retaliation. The FBI agents noted that it was a widely distributed photograph of Epstein with Trump. A woman whose biographical details of Epstein's and descriptions of Epstein's abuse found in the FBI interview also line up with details from a victim lawsuit. In the December 2019 filing, Jane Doe 4 does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against the Epstein's estate in December 2021. I will say, the pattern of some of these accusations and the way that, not only the way that they were being made, but the way they're being handled, do seem to lead some credence to what happened. Because, now I'm not saying that this happened for sure, but here's the thing. If someone, if you take a step back and you're like, okay, well, is this accusation true or is it false? What are some questions that you would ask? Well, one question you would ask is, did they go to the police? Did they tell anyone? Right? Clearly, this person did go to the police, did tell someone. On top of that, I think it's rather interesting that the investigators didn't say, oh, this isn't credible or whatever. We'll dismiss this case and move on. Because, they did that with all the other accusers, but not this one. Now, to be fair, the DOJ also said that the documents that they are holding on to, and they're not releasing, they're holding on to those documents because they're related to ongoing investigations. So maybe what they, in this scenario, they were like, well, the way these claims seem relatively credible, but we don't have any hard proof on this guy that he did what you're saying he did. So we're going to sit on this case and see if some further evidence turns up, something like that. To me, I think that's like the most likely scenario, but it is very possible that this allegation is true. I do wonder if eventually we'll see more evidence regarding it. It says here, attorneys for this accuser declined to comment. Elsewhere in the released Epstein files, someone in the FBI wrote on July 22nd, 2025, before the list and slide presentation were compiled, that Trump's name was in the larger case files, in that, quote, one identified victim claimed abuse by Trump but ultimately refused to cooperate. Interesting. Now, I wonder why that person refused to cooperate. Were they lying or were they threatened? Right, those are two, I think, credible conclusions there. Second accuser says she met Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The other woman whose mention of Trump made the DOJ's presentation appears in Maxwell discovery files released last month in what's known as Testifying Witness 3500 Material List. Weird name. In the first interview of 6, which the FBI conducted. In the first interview of 6 with the FBI conducted between September 2019 and September 2021, the second woman detailed how Epstein and Maxwell's abuse began while she was around 13 years old and attending the Interlochen Center for the Arts, and described how at one point Epstein took her to Trump's Mar-a-Lago club to meet him. Epstein told Trump, "This is a good one, huh?" The interview report reads. In a 2020 lawsuit against Epstein's estate and Maxwell, the second woman added that both men chuckled and she felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. That interview was removed from the DOJ's public files sometime after initial publication in January 30 and was republished February 19th, according to document metadata. I'm really curious as to why the documents that were removed were republished, right? If they were removed, ostensibly, they were removed for a reason. If they were republished, ostensibly, they were republished for a reason. Now, if they were removed merely to protect Donald Trump's good name, as good as that is at this point, then why would they get republished? Because if it's being republished as is, then there's still a possibility that it would still harm Donald Trump's reputation. So is it being hidden for reputational reasons? I don't know. I mean, that would not be my assumption. Unless they removed it and they were like, well, people have already found this, so I guess we can upload it. It can't hurt them because this is information people already know. The Justice Department told NPR the only reason any file has been temporarily removed is that it had been flagged by a victim or the counsel for additional review. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a bit more sense. Multiple FBI interviews with other people refer to the second woman's meeting with Trump while she was a minor and being abused by Epstein. One interview with a fleeting mention of Trump was removed from the public database and subsequently restored last week, while another interview with the woman's mother is still offline. Interesting. Do they have articles for these? No, these are just PDFs, ironically. I may look into those accusations later at some point. Maybe not on stream, but I'll look into those at some point. That's interesting. After publication, the Justice Department said the files required additional redactions and will be reposted soon. In that conversation, the mother recalled hearing that a Prince and Donald Trump visited Epstein's house, which made her think if they were there, then how could Epstein be a criminal? That's in hindsight, that's a crazy thing to say. The possible admission of files that mention these women's particular allegations against the president come as the Justice Department has warned about other documents it has published in full that include what it calls untrue and sensationalist claims, unquote, about Trump. At the same time, the Justice Department has removed and re-uploaded thousands of pages in recent weeks to fix improperly redacted victim names. That includes documents related to allegations from these two women who separately say they were about 13 years old when Epstein first abused them. Now, I will say this, okay? And I kind of hate that, victims' names were released when they shouldn't have been released. But here's the thing. People have been saying all day long, oh, release the files, release everything. They just need to release everything now. That's what you get when you try to have people do a rush job. They're like, oh, I want you to do this now. Well, if you demand that they do it now, especially when it's a lot of work that has to be done when it comes to redacting all of these names, then be prepared for some poorly done work, right? You're not going to do as good of a job if you are rushing through something versus if you're taking your time and doing it methodically. So, I'm a fan of saying, hey, let's release the Epstein files. I'm not a fan of being like, oh, let's just rush and release everything right now, with abandon. I'm not a fan of that either. That said, I'm still glad that we have something. I think having something released is better than nothing, especially when the vast majority of it does not include information unredacted that should have been redacted. Robert Glassman, who represents the woman who testified against Maxwell, sharply criticized the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files. This whole thing is ridiculous, he told NPR. The DOJ was ordered to release information to the public to be transparent about Epstein and Maxwell's criminal enterprise network. Instead, they released the names of courageous victims who fought hard for decades to remain anonymous and out of the limelight. Whether the disclosures were inadvertent or not, they had one job here to do here, and they didn't do it. Well, I mean, the job is like to release a bunch of information tomorrow, So, I mean, I think they did it pretty well considering the deadline they were under, especially if they were not spending all the time since they've had these files redacting and unredacting the documents. Then, like, for a rush job, this is pretty good. Not great, but it's pretty good. Well, it is great if there are only like a minuscule amount of mistakes, but it's still not like, I think you know what I mean. The hit rate is pretty high, right? The failure rate is pretty low. So considering the amount of content they've been releasing in the short time frame in which they've had to release it, from knowing that it was set to be released to getting it out into the public eye, not bad. A DOJ spokesperson told NPR that the department is working around the clock to address concerns from victims and handle additional redactions of personally identifiable information that have been flagged. In view of the congressional deadline, all reasonable efforts have been made to review and redact personal information pertaining to victims, other private individuals, and protect sensitive materials from disclosure. The statement reads, that said, because of the volume of information involved, this website may nevertheless contain information that inadvertently includes non-public, personally identifiable information or other sensitive content, to include matters of a sexual nature. I have the wrong button there. This is really interesting. Here's the one thing I want to know. The big thing I want to know is, like, what was in those interviews and those allegations that was redacted, and are those did the investigators at the time find those claims to be credible? And what is the status now of the investigations? Because Trump has not been cleared of those investigations based on NPR's interpretation of events. So this is rather interesting. Very good journalistic work, by the way, to find this out, because it's not like they've been issuing change logs. You know, the DOJ hasn't been putting out change logs about releasing information or hiding information. Sometimes the file is just gone, or sometimes the file is just re-uploaded. So really good investigative work there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not holding my breath that we're going to get more information about this, but I really think that we should, because if Donald Trump did indeed, improperly engage with that 13-year-old, then, certainly should be held accountable. There should be, at the very least, criminal prosecutions of Donald Trump in regard to that incident. But it's hard to say, have him charged and thrown into the hoosgow if we don't have more details than this yet. A lot of people are certainly, speaking out about this and saying that he's guilty or whatever. I would like to see more information before we make that conclusion, but I will say it's extremely telling that Trump has not been cleared of this accusation as far as we know. All right, I'm going to check one thing. I will be right back. I'm going to try and see if I can... Actually, hold on. I'm going to see if we can actually hop on. Wait, hold on. Hopefully it doesn't start the streams. There we go. Okay. All right, I sent a message out to the siblings. I am going to go into, let me see here. I'm going to go into the break. I'll be right back. Because there, hold on. There we go. Because there is something I need to check. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have wonderful news. I literally just finished speaking with the members of the Bros MP, and they say that they are actually free to hop onto the Bros MP. See, I told them that we couldn't play because I literally thought that the State of the Union address was going to start at 7. All the streams were starting at 7. Everyone says, oh, our coverage is starting at 7. But no, it's like a 2-hour lead into a State of the Union address that Trump is probably going to be 30 minutes late to. So it's probably not starting for another 2 hours. You know what that means? We have 2 hours to take care of business. We have 2 hours to complete what we started. We have 2 hours to defeat the arch nemesis of the entire SMP, the Villager. Now, because I'm gonna be live for longer than I thought I would be, turns out I need to fortify myself. Turns out I need to get something to eat. So I'm actually prepping some food right over there, and it's basically almost ready. So I'm gonna go grab that, and then I'm gonna hop right on to the realm as soon as possible. I'm really excited for this because here's the thing. I wanted to hop onto the server, and then I was checking the live streams. They're all like, oh, we're starting at 7. So I was like, oh man, I guess we can't do it. But now I'm hyped. Now I'm hyped that I'm actually gonna be able to hop onto the SMP with him. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. Alrighty. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the music. Oh, hold on. I just realized I gotta change that setting. It's the telephony one, right? There we go. All right. Time to get this show on the road. Minecraft. And I did test, by the way, before the stream. Another thing too was like I spent a whole lot of time testing to make sure that the world would actually load, because you guys know I've had the issues in the past, but all the resource packs were still there. And then it took like 5 minutes, and then everything loaded. There we go. I just want to make sure my multi-chat is working. Hold on. I'm going to send a test message. Oh, let me test the Rumble one. Because the Rumble one is the one that's kind of weird. Here, I'm gonna send a test message. Just through Rumble. Okay, that one's sent. Okay. I think that their integration, I think, what's it called? Social Stream. I think their integration is a little bit broken with Rumble. Also, see, it's just me. It like reads out my own Twitch message, kick messages twice. These are all small nitpicks, though. Very small and minor nitpicks. So, in case you guys didn't see the previous stream, we ran into a villager, but we didn't really have a whole lot of time to really do a proper attack. So, kind of put it on pause, and we came back. We also set the world on peaceful, so that people who lost stuff after dying to the villager could go get their stuff back before we actually go and defeat the villager. Here we go, here we go, here we go. See? I guess these are the wonders that you unlock once you just make sure that all your resource packs are downloaded. It looks like I'm literally about to be able to hop onto the world.
I'm not going to destroy my secrets for this. Give me the controller.
Let's go.
Oh, thank you. Also dropping you, by the way.
Okay, maybe we need to give it a little bit more time. A little bit more time.
Oh no, that's the villager. Help me.
You're not gonna die. You're acting like you're gonna die.
Because I am. That's how it works. Is it not?
What did you do?
Oh, it looks like someone's here. Hello?
Let's go there. Go there. Oh, bro, let me get my speaker. Give me a minute. Let me get my speaker. Wait, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Dude, why is my audio not working? Hold on.
Amar, you have a list on your again. Fridge. On
He
your
can't
fridge.
hear us for some reason.
Amar.
Wait, my audio. Oh no.
What?
My audio. It's broken. I can't hear
He can't
anything.
hear.
You know what? I can read chat though. Creative Monkey 07 in the chat says hello. I'm actually playing on an SMP right now.
Amar.
Because the State of the Union address doesn't start until later on in the evening. I thought it would be starting at 7 because that's when all the streams started, but I guess not. So here we are.
Amar.
Austin, hit the red button. Hit the red button.
Let me see what's going on with
You have
this.
to click the red button, Austin.
What red button?
Green.
This?
Yes, click it.
Okay, hold on. Now I can hear you.
Click it.
It's weird.
Amar.
Hold on, I'm gonna disconnect my earbuds and reconnect them.
Amar.
You can't hear us, Austin. For some reason, you can't hear us.
Can you hear us, Amar? Amar?
Yeah, there we go. Yep, hello? Yeah, let's go! Let's go! I can hear you guys.
What's your coordinates right now?
Mine?
Yeah,
Negative,
okay.
negative
Amar, do you...
3,000,
No, Austin,
830
make this way back.
negative 3,850 or so. 72.
You have
and then negative 1,1125.
Ma, do you have a list on your fridge?
No,
And how do you know what you're gonna do?
I'm making my mind. Oh, I found the villager, by the way. I think I see him. Yeah, I think I see him.
Don't kill him.
I'm not going to kill him. Oh, actually, hold on, never mind. It's just the water. I saw these sparkles around someone and I thought it was the villager. It's just a villager drowning in water. So hold on. So killing villagers is a bad idea because the villager will respawn, right? The decoy will respawn, right?
Yeah, don't kill the decoy. We should go a tree, find the big one, and kill him.
Wait. He died.
How do you know?
I saw him. I was right next to him. I found him. What? And
What
all
do you
the
mean?
they're gone. They're gone.
Wait, what? Where are
This
you?
is
Wait, what's your
ridiculous.
coordinates right now?
Yeah, they're all
Wait, what's your
gone.
coordinates?
So negative 3,806, and then 66, and then negative 1,100. Creative Monkey in the chat says, "Bro, not reading the chats." Yes, you're right. So I was walking around and I see this one this one mob, and I'm like, wait, because you know how the Better with Bedrock thing, it tells you what the item is that you're looking at. It didn't say decoy. It said villager. And I was like, wait. So I like turned back to it. I was like, wait, does it really say villager, not villager decoy? And then as soon as I turned back, it literally just like fell over and died because it was walking in the lava. So we literally defeated. See, I thought we would need all this time to defeat the villager, but I guess not. I guess you just needed to let it walk into some lava.
So I guess it wasn't completely fireproof then, because or I guess it wasn't lava proof because
No, but you guys still need to come over and get your corpses.
Or who's in the chat?
Mine's right there. Mine's right
Creative Monkey 07. Do you know who that is?
No. Close. Oh, I sent your link to in a group chat with 26 people in it. So I don't know.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I told her to stop you. I don't know if anyone listened.
Yeah. Well, if they tune in, they tune in.
All right. What's the deal, man? Where's the villagers loot?
Oh, I got it all. I think.
What do you got?
A villager hat, a villager eye, and a villager statue.
Wait, get them on me.
Sure. Okay.
Why are there so many skeletons of you, Russ?
These are all mine.
Stop roasting them.
Those are your skeleton people. Those are literally your skeleton people.
What's up, my guy? I'm wearing a villager hat.
Yo, I got cooked deer meat because the deer burned to death. That's awesome.
No, what?
We have villager hat.
Oh, also, Octoprism, if you dust the corpses, then it gives you XP. So make sure when you're done collect everything, you dust the corpses.
What does it mean to dust the corpse?
I don't know, but it gives you XP back. So I assume that it's like you bury them, so they're not just bones lying around. I assume that's kind of what. Wait, bro, who has this lava? Who brought the lava here?
Not me.
I don't want to kill them.
Okay, well, where's the villager base? Wasn't there like a villager base with the treasure inside? Where's that?
Oh, I think it's up the mountain.
Adam stole it.
Where?
Well, there was like a waste stone or something that I got. I thought.
Where are you?
You don't know where I am?
No, hold on. I'm trying to find Octoprism. He said he had a bunch of extra stuff that wasn't his. But I don't recall any of this being mine either. Whose is this though? Bro!
What?
Wait, non-newbie, is this your stuff?
Where?
We're here.
We're here.
It depends on where you are.
We're come to where we are, whether or not.
Wait, where are you guys?
We're over here.
We're the road.
Use the indicator bar.
I'm looking at the indicator bar.
But Adam, a villager was in the Minecraft movie.
Am I really Austin? What was the choice in my head?
Remember when the kid was in the place and then he saw the he did not get the golden apple?
Bro, turn around. Turn around. We're literally right behind you.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to get down safely.
Just jump. What the hell?
Jump and die? No, thank you.
Why is he walking
Possibly.
Wait, so what stuff?
Is that your stuff?
I'm going back up.
Steve?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that stuff is mine.
Wait, no. Wait, no.
Wait.
Octopus, come back. I thought we were getting loot.
Yeah, the waystone. Yeah, I got the waystone. Let's go. Okay, the waystone's all I wanted. Did you guys get all your things?
Stop yelling. No, he didn't.
Wait, someone else has some stuff over here.
Where?
That's all I think that we need.
Sugar cane, grass
need that.
block.
Man, I was fine without that.
I took it. Okay, so everyone got what they needed.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm putting it off of peaceful then.
Oh yeah, turn it back regular.
Yeah, so I go for slime once.
There we go. I just put it on normal. Oh, nice. Now I'm surrounded by mobs.
Let me
Yeah, I
go.
don't think I have any armor either. I don't think I brought any of that stuff with me. Is someone shooting arrows?
What's root frog? What does that mean? Oh, I think octopus has arrows.
I love how we literally had a conference call. It's a witch. Okay. I love how we literally had a conference call about how to defeat. Oh, it's another witch. We're in the world. I love how we had this conference call about how to defeat this mob. This like massive boss. And at the end of the day, it literally just like stepped on some lava and croaked.
No, I like fireproof or whatever. Because I remember octopus kept saying, "Oh yeah, it's fireproof. Like we can't kill it."
It's fun.
Do you guys want to play Fortnite after this?
You want to play for?
No, but also
You just die.
What?
no.
What, Marissa?
Like, I feel
I wanted to watch Man vs. Baby.
Guys, go sleep.
Where?
Not even at home.
To the bed.
Are you eating right now?
Yes. Because I thought I didn't get anything to eat because I thought that the State of the Union address was gonna start at 7. Because all the live streams started at 7. But turns out the coverage started at 7. The speech starts at 9.
No one cares about politics.
Really?
I think however billion people on Earth do care about politics. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a really good
No
point
one
though.
cares.
Because like no one ever votes. And it's kind of an issue.
If I don't care about politics, then no one cares about politics.
Yes, because I, 12-year-old
Maybe no one your age cares about politics, but I mean, no one your age can vote. Did you hit me?
young person off to prison reflects the entire the entirety of the 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah. But I completely forgot I got all my weapons back, so I can deal some damage.
After this, let's play for.
Guys, found these magic rhinestones. Say otherwise.
Cheer.
These magic rhinestones.
Guys, let's find
I found cat.
I've wizard huts. Get.
Wait, what if I tried to use the waystone? Would that help?
If you set it down and make a destination, I set other ones down like along, I don't know, random places.
Wait, for real?
Actually, set it at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do we put it at home?
I want to find the wizard hut. So we can
See,
get.
who's this? Nassar?
Wait, I'm confused.
Nassar Khan TT2MG in the chat says you can do it, keep it up.
Is that a bot?
Probably not. Probably one of Octoprism's friends. Wait, Octoprism, did any of your friends join my Discord server?
I don't know. I didn't send them a Discord chat.
Because that would explain why they tuned in. So I literally said, "Hey, I'm going live." So.
What? Not a newbie. Why is your health so low?
You're watching me?
No, I'm right behind you.
What?
I'm right behind you.
What? Oh, I forgot that you can see. I forgot that you can see other people's health. I thought you were watching the stream. I was like, what?
Watching the stream while playing the game is wild.
I mean, it can be done.
I want to go to sleep.
Okay, so how far? Yeah, actually, no, I remember. Home is far away. Oh, let's go. Got some rain.
Yeah.
I didn't bring a pickaxe with me, did I? No, I didn't. Sadness, because there's some coal right there.
So it's raining.
Yeah, where? I have a pickaxe where?
Right over here.
Where's the coal?
Someone take me to place of hell, please.
Well, I have actually both perfect tools for this. Wait, give me 1 second.
What, a pickaxe? Whoa.
Yeah,
I actually don't even have any more space in my inventory, so you can take all of this.
Oh, okay.
Like, I physically can't even pick it up, so...
It's crazy. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Let's go.
You know what, let's just do this.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, how deep does this vein go, actually? The controller I'm using has really bad stick shift, so if I'm sliding around, it's because of that. There. That took really long because I was using my iron. I mean, not my iron, I was using my cobblestone pickaxe, which is why I quickly.
We Minecraft just do anymore.
Because all the controllers are broken. We
That's why we did a thing that's called Minecraft.
Wait, have you tried plugging in the Logitech controllers into the PS5?
No, but we should.
Or the Xbox controller?
I don't think we have an Xbox controller.
Fortnite.
Wait, Octoprism, did you end up getting rid of those Xbox controllers?
When I'm not looking.
We probably just gave it to Avery.
Wait, he wanted them?
I thought he had an Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean he wants more controllers.
It's always my friend. It's always my friend from my eBay. Wait, there's another villager.
What?
No way.
And there's scope over there. Do not go over there.
Look over where?
Good. Do not go there. It's a warden, Amar. You have experience with this.
A warden? I mean,
Yeah.
you consider failure experience? Like, you're speaking like someone who knows that I had a stream where I was, where I came across a warden, but you didn't actually watch the stream where I came across the warden. Because if you saw the stream,
I do
you would
love-
know that I was just like dying constantly. Also, I basically found myself in a death valley here. Gotta get myself out of this place. Wait, in this game, can you heal zombies with garlic?
What?
That was a dumb question. But an interesting one. What are you doing?
This stick shift is kind of making the game become unplayable.
What are you guys doing in the trees?
I'm getting a better view of this thing with like scope. I don't know why there's scope in here. What?
You said a squirrel golem?
That's very bad. I'm not doing that anymore.
Whoa.
Funny, now my person's about to die.
Wait, what happened?
The stick shift, I was trying to pillar, but the stick shift kept making me fall off, so I just gave up.
You can do it, right?
There's skeletons over
No, I
there.
can't.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chance it. At least wait.
Come on, guys, I want to go to sleep. I want to get off already. Please, let's go home.
You don't want to beat this
for
villager?
me.
No.
We probably should go home first at least.
Well, then we can go
No, we
around
probably
it.
should go home first.
Who's keeping us from going around it?
I don't want to.
You don't want to go around
This
it?
is the right way. I've never seen this thing before. I don't think this is the right way.
Probably the wrong way. Let's go back this way. I know exactly where it is.
Okay. Yeah, we've already beat one villager today.
Oh, can you go to my room and go back to your room?
No.
Wait, what is that? What are those? Interesting.
What?
Some sort of hostile mob.
Do I have a job for you? Do you know how to play?
No, he does not know how to play. He doesn't know how to play.
Will you be able, if I give you also if I give you the controls, will you be able to follow notanewbie?
Yeah. Please get off the lead. Oh.
Why is Octoprism skipping?
So I can.
Look, he's skipping.
I look like it now.
Ah! Oh! I almost fell.
Okay, I found home.
You found it?
Yep, my pillar is going up.
Once we reach home, let me do my garden, then upgrade to good. Yeah.
To go what?
I said once we reach home, then I'm gonna do my garden, and then I want to leave because I kind of want to get up early tonight.
You do?
I have a massive headache.
Yeah.
Wait, where's home?
Octoprism has a massive headache too, so we're just like.
You said yeah.
You don't want to watch Man versus. I want to watch Man versus Baby on that.
No.
What's wrong with it? It's not bad.
Okay.
What in the world? What just hit me?
Play Fortnite. First, I want to play Fortnite. I like cooking or taking all the.
I don't even know what that means.
You can't make 90s in there.
I guess we found someone who likes playing Fortnite. Let's cranking out those 90s.
Guys, we need to have villager jail. I found a squatter in my house.
No, they keep going to my house too. I don't know how to get
No
them to
villager
stop.
jail.
And the thing is, the squatter is literally a nitwit. He doesn't have a job. He's jobless. He's squatting in my house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This
cooking up.
He knits wood. Is that what he does? He knits wood.
my bed.
Woo! Wait, goal reached sad days. What is this? Enderman's here? Any of you guys want Enderman's here?
I have no particular interest in editing tours at the moment. I'm gonna go get my speaker now.
I'm pretty sure there's a board and
Whatever you listen to.
I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. Okay.
Oh, the bridge is an option. Boston. Bridge is an option.
Night will be skipped when one other player sleeps.
Stop it, Austin. Yo, I'm gonna leave on them.
Well, to be fair, you did come and do what we planned on doing, so.
Where's that stick there?
I'm upstairs most of.
Where is it? Give me the controller. Where is it?
Villagers have to.
Yeah, made you get up.
Where's the controller?
Here, I have to take it for villagers. Let's look. Hold on.
You got a nice little coal collection here.
What do you mean stick shift made me get up?
Really?
What? Where is he right now? Is he laughing with a frog?
Just let me sleeping.
All right, while that's running, I'm gonna go and take another look at my guys, stop leaving the gate to my village open. You guys really need to start closing it behind you, or else I'll be forced to take drastic measures.
No, go to sleep. Go to sleep now so that. Go to sleep now so that.
Yeah, there's monsters.
I'm gonna go to sleep as well.
Just go kill them. Just go kill them and go to sleep so that this night things don't come back anymore.
No, I can't do anything when you're in there.
Now you can.
Wait, I think I might need more beds actually.
If I wasn't so tired, I would set up a machine up close. Nothing.
Hold on, I gotta see this out. You can just see this out. You can now.
Yeah, it says you can't rest. You cannot rest there. There are monsters nearby. These monsters are keeping my villagers up. I don't think they can sleep either.
If we all go to sleep, then all the monsters would be gone. So.
Okay, hold on. Housing is actually low. There's actually a low amount of housing in my village. I didn't consider just how populated it was.
Is it working already?
Alright, I'm leaving.
Wait. Let me see who's actually. It is actually working.
I'm leaving.
All right.
No, wait.
Peace
No,
out, man.
I still have to do my. I still have to do mine.
And then thanks for all your help in defeating the villager.
Wait, what? Say it again?
Thanks for all your help in defeating the villager.
Hey, what?
Oh, yes. The villager was terrible. Never doing that again.
And defeating it was so
Unless you
easy.
guys want to. If you guys want to, then
Eh.
I will.
It would have to be like a multi-hour event.
Yeah. We have to start like super early or something.
I mean, we know where another one is.
So make it not explode.
I mean, overload.
So
All right, I want to take a look at my I just want to see. I just want to see how close I am.
Good.
Yeah, good. I do. I want to take a close look at my my big, massive building. See how my skyscraper's coming along.
Not bigger than mine.
Yours
Sure.
is barely a skyscraper, okay?
Mine?
No, I'm talking to Octopism.
I
He-
thought mine was more.
He thinks he has a skyscraper?
He thinks that his stairs are skyscrapers, so like barely,
Bruh.
barely, like.
It's like you're trying to build a skyscraper from the dollar with stuff from the dollar store.
No.
Let's go under there and see what's under there.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Let's go under there and see what's under there.
No, I know it's under there.
Please.
Yeah, but anyways, do you guys want a penthouse in here?
Marissa,
Oh, a penthouse? Yeah, I take a penthouse.
Marissa,
Okay.
Marissa, please, can you go underwater?
Hello.
Please, can you go underwater?
Hello. Hi, there.
Please, can you go underwater? Please, can you go underwater?
Wait, I'm so high. I'm so high that like I'm really close to the phantoms. That's
Not going
ridiculous.
underwater.
No. It's,
Wait, bro, you have phantoms still?
it's so,
Yeah.
like you were on drugs. So high and close to the phantoms.
So you said you were gonna go underwater.
Bro, I'm so high I can see phantoms.
Yeah.
So how much do I need? Maybe 2 or so more stories?
Hey, something just took all the food off of the. Please. Fine. Cool, I'm underwater now. What do you want from me?
In
What?
the water. In all the way in.
Yeah, there's like nothing here. It's like, oh cool, there's my farm. Oh cool, there's some cool ore.
You're gonna die.
You're the one who said. Okay, hey,
Wait, why do I have so much XP?
Wait,
Yeah, gang.
okay, so
Wait, oh wait, maybe I got all the XP from defeating the villager. How much XP does that give you? I have 42 XP.
I only have 20.
Probably like, I don't know, 15 or
Okay, save and quit.
I thought I had less than like 30
Me?
last time because I was trying to repair something and I didn't have the XP for it.
I'll see you later, gang.
All right, peace out, bro.
Yeah, we're leaving. Alright.
That's crazy.
That was crazy though. I was kind of surprised how short that was. Bring me.
Yeah, me
bring
too. Wait, how come there aren't seasons in Minecraft? There's weather, but there are no seasons.
Just leave it. Give me the control. Yeah, I don't know. I guess weather would be it. No.
Weather is not seasons. Weather is weather.
Is that Omnom? They have Omnom now?
Who's Omnom?
You don't know who Omnom is?
No. Is he your friend?
Okay, Austin, you know who Omnom is, right?
I think I do.
Omnom! You don't know who Omnom is?
I don't. I think I.
No one remembers?
I know what it is. I know what
Yeah,
it is.
no one remembers.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
He only remembered after you told him to remember.
No! Omnom! No one remembers Cut the Rope?
Oh, you want a feather?
What?
Do you want a feather?
What does that mean?
I have a feather.
What does the feather have to do with anything?
I just thought. Do you want it?
Oh, I guess so. I was
Okay.
like, but you know, I was like, was that part of the game in Cut the Rope? Was there like a feather that used to tickle Omnom or something?
No.
Well, that's crazy. I haven't seen that game in like. I actually haven't thought about it in years either. It's a solid game.
Wait, so that game came back? Or did they put Omnom in something?
They put Omnom in Minecraft. It's kind of crazy.
Why?
Because I was like, how in the world did they even do that? But I guess it's like a mod or something. So I guess they just like put it.
That's weird. Wait, can I smelt gold? Is that a thing? The amount of things I still don't know how to do is crazy.
You know, it's not worth it for.
Well, I literally just do what I want in the game.
I think that's how Minecraft works.
Well,
I'm pretty sure support in Minecraft, you know?
yeah, but people treat it like it's Mario. Oh, you gotta go over here and do this and get that thing, and then you win.
Those are like the Minecraft snobs. Just like, don't play with their feel. You just do whatever you want. Like,
No.
plus at this point, we've played so many worlds. We've played worlds where we followed like the progression of the game to a T. We played worlds where we like put on creative and just do whatever. I think if you're like Minecraft veterans like us, then you can kind of just do whatever you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I think some people don't realize that we've played the game like pretty much ever since it was popular in like the 2010s.
No. It was out for a few years before we were allowed to play it.
Well, I remember following the hype around it, especially the hype around Herobrine.
Oh yeah, me too. And I watched streamers play it.
Well, actually, it probably has something to do with magic that was in it.
Mm-hmm. That's literally what it was.
And probably the whole texting thing, like where you can text other players, is probably also like a red flag. But
No, it was just the witches and spells and stuff, enchantments.
But okay, thing is, in Minecraft, they literally have like the minimum amount of magic in it. The witches, all they do is throw potions at you. Potions is literally the most you do. You get like the potions are the closest that you get to doing any sort of like witchcraft.
Well, they're enchantments. They're enchantments.
Oh, I guess so too. But that's more just like power ups. That's not like power ups to me.
Yeah.
I never thought this. I was like, oh, this is like magic or whatever. It was just like power ups. But oh yeah, that's true. I guess the enchantments would be like, oh no, that's like bad. But like, the other thing is, like you don't even have to play with those either. Like you have to play with them if you want to. They do make the game easier. And we do use the nab, but like I don't think we.
I mean, I don't even know that I've ever made my own enchantments. I've used things that people gave me that were enchanted. I've repaired things that were enchanted, but I've never actually used enchantments in the game.
Yeah. But I think I'm going to do my do some homework now. So.
You want some flowers?
Depends on what type of flowers they are.
I have a lilac, poppies, dandelions, clematis, and lilac heads. Oh, I also have a bunch of wildflowers.
I don't know,
And 16 cabbage leaves.
Just give me whatever.
Where are you?
I'll give you 5 emeralds for the whole thing.
Okay, hold on, wait. I'll have to go grab everything then. If you give me 6 emeralds, I'll give you the wildflowers. I have 61 wildflowers. That's a lot of wildflowers.
I'll give you 6.
Okay. Okay, where are you?
But I'm not playing right now.
What do you? I just grabbed them. I literally just grabbed them.
I don't know where you were. I thought you were just gonna like put them in my chest and then take my emeralds.
Where's your chest?
In my house.
Which house is yours?
Mine is the one. It looks all wood, and there are animals inside sleeping on the floor.
First of all, this is not all wood. There's a bunch of stone here, but okay.
It looks all wood.
No, it doesn't.
Like
but okay.
Okay.
Wait, so you got 2 wolves and a loaf?
What loaf?
A cat.
Oh, the cat. Oh yeah. Yeah, the cat. The cat. It's like I don't even use my animals though. They just kind of sit there the whole time sleeping.
Okay, I'm giving you the flowers, so I'm going to take 6 of your emeralds.
Yeah. Well, actually, that amount that's in my chest is not even reflected as much as I have because I have like 5 or so that I picked up when we were out in one of the chests. I found some cool stuff, and I found some emeralds too.
You gonna make a bank?
So probably. Actually, no, because I think octopus would probably make a bit first.
Yeah, a bank would be crazy though. Like a bank teller and everything.
That would go wrong like very fast, I think.
Yeah, probably. Wait, where are all my emeralds? I just realized I have 0 emeralds.
Look at did you look in your
Oh no, never mind. They're here. I put all the stuff that I had in my chest at the time I went out to find you guys in one of my chests. So.
Yeah.
The Angry Canadian says, "What's up? I'm in a pickle. Might drop a course." Okay. What level of schooling are you at again?
What?
I was just asking him what level of schooling he's at. Because I forgot.
I need to go to sleep early.
Well, now I have flint and steel.
Yes. You should watch that movie, actually. It's not as bad as the memes make it seem.
The memes make it seem pretty bad.
It's literally not the worst thing in the world. And it's actually surprisingly, how about this? It's better than any bad Disney movie, okay? It does not feel like
That's not high praise.
What?
Oh, it's not as bad as a Disney movie.
It does not feel like it's written by AI. It feels like it's written by an actual person.
And that doesn't mean it's good. What?
I'm just saying, like, I feel like the memes made it seem as if it would be just like a bunch of like memeable quotes or whatever, but it was actually like if you watched it without knowing the meme, then you would think that it's like it's not stupid.
Oh, villager has been zombified and killing it.
You have to kill him with apples.
No, I just killed it.
Okay.
It spawned inside the boundaries of y'all's village there.
Okay, I'm gonna go and do my homework now, so I have to go.
Okay.
Alright, bye. Love you. Love you, bye.
Love you too. Peace.
Better make it.
Whew. There we go. Ah, it's so annoying. Wish I had more HP. Polytechnic College? Wait, what are you in Polytechnic College for? Wait, what are you trying to do professionally? Oh, I was messing with it. I really do need more housing in here, though. I would have focused on that, but I don't know. I've been so excited about building the skyscraper. All right, well, I'm gonna close the door. Actually, you know what? I need to go get that cobble. I also need to get more cobble, probably. It says, for newbie, how do I get a good grade in the lab? Bro literally asked me how to get good grades. That's crazy. Bro, maybe ask someone for good grades who, like, I don't know, graduated from college or something. I don't know. You should do what didn't work for me. Study. Now, hold on, wait. So what do you find difficult about the class, though? Like, are you not testing well? What are you doing the best at in your course? Let's see, the raw aluminum. Yeah, I'll do the raw aluminum. Angry Canadian says, I'm going into medical lab tech. Sounds lucrative. You're in it for the money, right? I'm guessing. That's not a dig, by the way. I just know your disposition. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. The Younger Canadian says, do I bribe the props? No. The props are grading hard. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've been there too. That's actually a big reason why I didn't graduate was because there's like this one really major prof for IT who, like, you had to pass this prof's classes to graduate, and I just, like, couldn't. I think most of my class of IT majors were able to pass it, and good for them, but it was just too much for me. And I think if I had to guess, the people who passed that prof's classes were probably getting like C's. Like, I'm pretty sure that there were cases where like more than 20% of the class failed the test. So rough courses, and it wasn't like difficult either. due to like technicality. A lot of it was like conceptual or like reviews of like what would they be reviews of? Reviews of documentation or something like that. Don't remember exactly, but yeah, they weren't impossible to pass, but they were close. So literally, I think if I had a different prof for those courses, I literally would like go back and get my degree. Because I only had like a handful of classes left, but it's just like at least one or two of those classes were with that prof who I knew I wasn't gonna pass those. So it's just like, what am I gonna do? And now I'm in a position where I probably could get the rest of the classes. I could probably complete the rest of the classes I need, but it's just like, at this point, first of all, I already have a job. Second of all, it would take a lot of time for me to work on those classes and money. With the amount of time I have available, it would be years of spending thousands of dollars to complete like a little more than like about maybe one normal college semester's worth of classes, of courses. Like it would take me a minute to get through those classes. I'm quite sure at some point I'll go back, but it's not now. But yeah, I mean, in Canadian, if your profs are grading hard, there are really only two things that you can do. You can either just like take it and try as hard as you can to pass the course, or you can take the course in a different college and try to transfer the credits. Now, I don't know what Canadian academics are like, but you can give that a shot. Did a Hail Mary? Then if that fails, I drop the course. What was your Hail Mary? What did you do? Look at that, a friend. Nope. Not a friend. He said fixing the entire lab book. Did you do that for extra credit? What was broken about the lab book? Viltru should not be outside those boundaries. Bro, what are you doing? Dude, come over here. What are you doing? Stop it. Get some help. Come on, go inside, go inside. There we go. All right, now you're stuck inside. I got a bunch of cobble left, so let's do this thing. Let's see Let's see if this is enough cobble to complete this project. Being Canadian says it wasn't organized. Prof refused to grade some stuff. Really? Outright refused, or just like said, I'm not grading it right now, I'll do it later? I will say that profs do tend to get overloaded with assignments to grade as well. So, like, profs get pretty easily, well, at least from what I was seeing, the college I went to, the profs seem to be like very, very buried, very, very busy. Bro, they got phantoms over here. The young Canadian says, no, like, I won't grade this because it isn't what I want. That's wild. Amy said, yeah, you should definitely change your description. The funny thing is I'm literally about to start watching the State of the Union address, because it starts in like, what, 30 minutes? The thing is, I thought it was going to start at 7. Ooh. So I came here at 7, ready to react, only to find that everyone's coverage started at 7. The State of the Union actually doesn't start until 9. So I'm going to finish working on this section of the building. And then once I put down all this cobble, then we are going straight to the State of the Union. I'm anticipating Donald Trump being late because, you know, usually these things start late. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to, you know, tune in anyways. I wonder if they have the feeds of those people in the chambers, like, milling about like they usually do. Oh wait, I'm just realizing, Amy, that you read the description to my stream, where it says I should change the description, shouldn't I? the descriptions for my streams used to be something pretty lame, and I was like, well, I guess I should change the description. So I literally changed it to I should change the description. What are those phantoms doing? Kind of annoying, to be honest. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Why are there all those zombies just like standing there in the sky? That's a little weird. Whoa. Hey, that was mean. I am glad that they added phantoms to the game. I remember when they added them to the game. I think it's a good addition. They're annoying, but they do give you an incentive to sleep. Okay, at this point, I think I just need to like heal up, chill out a little bit. Because those phantoms are coming from my neck. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna end the Minecraft portion of this stream. I'm gonna log off of the SMP. Because we're now a mere 20 minutes away for the State of the Union address, and I do want to make sure that I catch that. Oh, hold on. Here we go. All right, well, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. The State of the Union address. Let's see, we're gonna cut to live here. It looks like the stream has not yet started. Does anybody else have? Oh, we do. So there. These are the events that I'm monitoring. We've got the official feed here, the State of the Union address. We've got April Spanberger. She will be giving the Democratic response. We've got Midas Touch, who is doing this rally. I don't know if there's going to be one actual rival State of the Union address. Just seems like a lot of people talking for a long time. And there's this event called State of the Swamp, which is also just a lot of people talking, I guess. I wonder if C-SPAN has a feed though of everyone milling about. Let me see. MS Now. They've got the People's State of the Union. What is that? Yeah, they've got that event going on. Let's see.
To continue to have his
oh my goodness, that audio is horrendous. Oh my goodness. Why is it so bad? Okay, so there is some sort of live stream. I don't know whose cameras are those? Is that the AP? Let's see, does Forbes have a feed? Forbes has a feed. Who else? C-SPAN. Let's watch C-SPAN's coverage.
Looking at
they're
the
looking
president.
down at the they're behind the president where that clock is. That's behind the speaker, so they're right. It's kind of almost the cheap seats in a sense.
Yeah.
You don't have the view. It's behind the stage.
So you know what? I want it with no commentary. No, I think they probably have commentary there. All right. So I find interesting about this, I'm really curious as to whether or not Donald Trump addresses this, is the Epstein files, because not only have the Epstein files really been like a major story in the headlines lately, but also there was the news story from NPR where it had been revealed that Donald Trump had been named in some accusations that have been redacted or removed from the DOJ website. So people find that a little bit suspicious, and in my opinion, rightfully so. We got people in the chat on Associated Press's end actually saying PDF, PDF, PDF. So, that's something very major that Donald Trump could address. Now, the way that Donald Trump has been addressing things lately, I would not necessarily be, excited for what he has to say. Donald Trump, I think, has made some handful of ill-advised remarks over the past week or two. I'm really curious to see. We got Mike Johnson and JD Vance there. I really wonder what they're talking about. Thomas Massey down there in the corner. Thomas Massey, the GOAT. See him over there in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Now, I do believe that there are Democrats who are boycotting this event. They are likely at the People's State of the Union, which is a rival event. Yep, here we've got Senator Chris Van Hollen here speaking, Democratic member of Congress from Maryland. So a lot of Democrats are leaving. I guess they don't want to stand up to Trump. They have decided to cower in fear, and they have fled. Got some free Irans in the chat. Yes, the Iran story has been huge. I haven't covered it much on this channel, I don't think. Now, do I believe that America should have intervention in Iran? No, not really. I understand the case for it. You've got the oil. But I think so long as oil sanctions are not being violated by actors like Russia, then I think that we don't really need to intervene on the behalf of Iran. The only difference being, of course, is that if there's a way to measure that the majority of Iranians actually want us to intervene, then I think certainly we may. But beyond that, I don't really think that we should be intervening. Now, the way that things have been boiling up, I wouldn't be shocked if in this event, Donald Trump at least mentions Iran, if not announces acts of war against them. Because I've been hearing word over the past week or two that troops have been mobilizing, military equipment and vehicles have been mobilizing, as well as weapons, making moves that one would presume would mean that eventually we would be attacking Iran. Now, these things can be bluffs. North Korea does this all the time with South Korea, making their boats go back and forth in the water, and everyone's like, "Oh, they're gonna attack South Korea," and then nothing happens. But you never really know, right? The ironic thing about being one of those nothing ever happens people is that when something happens, then you're often caught flat-footed. So, I wouldn't bet too much on nothing ever happening over in Iran. No one ever expected us to get Nicolas Maduro, but we just scooped into Venezuela and grabbed him up. So, who knows? Who knows for real? We've got Fetterman there. That's who was most recently on camera. I do wonder how long he'll be a member of the Democratic Party. He certainly seems to be a greater friend of the Republicans than the Democrats these days. It looks like this room is really starting to fill out, and clearly not all Democrats have gone, because you got not only Fetterman there, but I also saw Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries tends to stand out. If there's any Democrat who's going to be shouting there, it's going to be him. He's a man in a ponytail, so certainly has a flair for the dramatic, and is not afraid to stand out about it in how he presents himself. Yeah, I believe that was, who was that? Josh Hawley over there walking into the room. There's certainly fewer people in their seats than I expected at this point. I mean, we're less than 15 minutes away from when the event is supposed to start. And I will say to our viewers, especially those on the notanewbie highlights channel, this segment is most likely going to go up on the notanewbie highlights channel. I typically will edit out language. Sometimes I miss a word, apologies, but typically I'll try to edit out language from speaking events. But, oh, that's Byron Donalds over there, speaking with J.D. Vitz and Mike Johnson. But what I was saying was, you know, I typically try to edit out foul language, but taking a look at how Donald Trump has been using his rhetoric in this second term, I would actually be more surprised than not if Donald Trump didn't use foul language from the podium. So for you viewers at home, especially the younger ones or the prudes, you know, sorry. This event is most likely going to have explicit language. And in these very longer segments, like if I'm releasing a 1 hour long video, usually I'm just like chopping it up and posting it. I'm not editing it and not removing any language because that would just take a lot of time. So you've been warned. You've been warned. I wonder if Kamala Harris will be here. Will Kamala Harris be here? Checking to see if there's any word on Kamala Harris being there or not being there. Not seeing any word of her boycotting. I do wonder if people are going to take bets on whether or not Donald Trump is going to be late. I think he will. I can't say I recognize the faces in that shot. I am curious for you guys who are watching in the chat, what are your thoughts and expectations out of this State of the Union address? Like me, are you expecting some foul language? Perhaps are you expecting or wishing for something in regards to the Epstein files? Maybe discussions of Iran? I personally, in addition to all of that, I'm curious as to how Donald Trump will speak about the economy. Because the economy has been on shaky ground lately. Oh, here we go.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle.
The
President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
Now, for those of you watching
members
the
of the
stream,
escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
for those of you watching the stream, I popped out the Associated Press chat onto the side. As you, I'm quite sure, have noticed, the official White House feed does not have a chat. So this way we can see a chat while still watching the event.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Oh, is that Timber Chet? He's got a good sense of humor. That's his name, right? I got his name right? Feel a little bad if I didn't. I know in the past that State of the Union addresses have leaked. I think last time that there was a State of the Union address that had leaked beforehand, I have not heard any word yet about a leaked State of the Union address. Hold on, I did see someone on Facebook claim that it was leaked. I don't know how legit this is.
Presidential. I stand here very.
It's literally, I mean. But this surprises me because I think, like, in the past 2 or 3 State of the Union addresses, the address has leaked. I wonder if a lack of a leak means that either it'll be a formal declaration of war.
Justices of the Supreme Court.
We got this Chief Justice of the Supreme Court here. I wonder if either there might be some like major declaration of war or something that Trump wants to get people caught by surprise on, although that's unlikely because you would need an official declaration of war from Congress, which most certainly would be public news, or I wonder if he's not going to have a teleprompter at all, or use any notes or a script, which wouldn't be out of character for him. But even he has used scripts and teleprompters in prior States of the Union. Someone in the chat said, "Rip Joe Rogan." I'm literally getting trolled by the Associated Press's chat right now if I keep on looking up all of these things to see if they're true. Someone in the chat said Midas Touch's event is more lively. I doubt it is. It was literally just a bunch of like people standing in the cold, in the dark. Katie Fang is a host. I don't know what she's a host of. but she's one of the people speaking. Yeah, Joe Rogan is still alive. So that's breaking news. So it's a $5 donation. This is first of all, super chatting the Associated Press is like crazy. Like if you told me like 10 years ago people would be super chatting the Associated Press during the State of the Union address, I would not believe you. But also, like, the message here is I love Trump, I hope nobody curbs him. Same. Nobody should be kirking anyway. You got the balcony seats. Usually, you'll see guests of honor that the president has wanted to invite, and then spotlight during the speech, sit up there. When Donald Trump gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Rush Limbaugh, he was sitting up in those rafters. I did hear that he was going to have angel families present at this event, so I wonder if any of the people up there were angel families. We did see Donald Trump Jr. up there, and oftentimes his special guests will be seated next to either members of the family or administration. Usually members of the family, though. I do wonder if they're going to force Kash Patel to take a breathalyzer before entering the building. I heard he had a rather fun night or two earlier this week. Oh, we've got Melania, okay. Okay, our First Lady. With Barron Trump. You've got a veteran there who I presume to be his family. So I guess here you've got all the Trumps.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
With the President's Cabinet. Oh, we've got Marco Rubio. Let's go. I would like to vote for him for president. If he ends up running again, it'd be really interesting. I opposed him when he ran for president in 2016. I really wanted Ted Cruz to win, and I was rather upset that they ran against each other. But over time, I think I've sort of drifted to be more center-right than just like, hard on the right. And so, the big difference between Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz was on immigration. Marco Rubio was for amnesty. Ted Cruz was against it. At the time, I was against amnesty. Now I support it. I think that if you're in this country not doing any crimes, it's fair to give you citizenship. But I do think that person needs to be given citizenship rather than mere legal status. You've got Hugh Jackman over there. Is that Scott Bessent, I believe? It looks like Scott Bessent. We've also got Pete Hegseth from Fox News. And Pam Bondi, who defying all odds still has her job. All jokes aside, Pam Bondi has been caught up with some controversy. Some have accused her of lying under oath while speaking about the Epstein files during a testimony / hearing on Capitol Hill. I haven't dug into the details of that, but I wouldn't be shocked if she lied in her oath, considering, first of all, that when you're at those hearings, frankly, those are commitments to do nothing. I can remember the last time that someone has, been held up there to give a testimony and questioned by members of Congress and then was later prosecuted. It doesn't usually happen. So, it wouldn't shock me if she was like, yeah, I know no one's going to try to charge me with this crime, so I'll just say what I want. But also, there's the fact that the FBI has not been very truthful with the state of the Epstein files, what they have, as well as, why they're releasing what they're going to release. They haven't been lying 100% of the time, but, they've said enough lies about the Epstein files that should give people pause. I believe she also jumped the gun and made some rather rash statements regarding some of the ICE shootings that really rubbed people the wrong way, especially when she made statements prior to footage being released, and then that footage got released that didn't line up with what she had said. Some people were upset about Donald Trump for that as well. But with the FBI is the one who they had agents on the ground and had access to all of the evidence before it got released. I don't think people made the same presumption with Donald Trump. So, in terms of Pam Bondi, some people likely question, hey, not only, did you jump the gun on this, you probably saw the footage before you spoke out. Why did you say what you said about these events when that wasn't true? Nonetheless, she's made it this far, so I do frankly find her job to be secure. RFK Jr. Got Chuck Schumer up there towards the upper center of the screen. So clearly, while some Democrats are boycotting, not all of them are. I also do apologize if you hear some noise in the background. The computer's been having issues lately. So you might hear a little rattling and rumbling. Pay it no heed. Steve Jobs sent a super chat to the Associated Press saying, just remember the kids and their names when they talk. This is all a game. The distraction is the market and you are their pieces. I do wonder, I said, that the Epstein files were a massive story. Now we got people in the chat bringing it up. So it does make me curious as to whether or not Donald Trump will bring it up or not. It's very interesting here that in the official White House live stream, they were running an AI video. I don't think we've seen a previous administration do that, despite AI content being accessible for quite a while now. Now, I did tell you guys that Donald Trump would be late. So I guess I was right about that. But I did say that he would be late by about 30 minutes. Frankly, with the cabinet here and the official feed changing, I think he's probably about to walk in any second now.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Oh, here we go. Now, the White House feed is not caught up to this yet. But I'm really curious because Donald Trump is going to have to thread the needle on this. Donald Trump has made some really good moves, especially in terms of foreign policy. But when it comes to the state of things at home, particularly in the economy, things are shaky. We haven't faced an economic collapse, but the job market is weak. And, with the tariffs, that has certainly been causing some uncertainty amongst Wall Street. And things are starting to be shaken up to the point now where companies are more seriously looking at ways that they can make sure that they are securing their profits. So, for example, you're starting to see companies like Microsoft balk at this endless expansion in AI. Which is not particularly great because AI has sort of boosted hopes in the tech sector, as well as boosted tech stocks. They're one of the major reasons why the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the NASDAQ, the Fortune 500, and similar stock indexes are, have been booming lately. Although, because of these fears, because of these economic shakeups, things have sort of plateaued. I believe it's that Steve Scalise, famous for being shot in the head. Little L570 sent a super chat to the Associated Press saying, "Is this Epstein's celebration of life? I see so many of his friends." And Bro 38. We've got a Russian here, I don't know how to say that. Sending another super chat to the Associated Press. Oh! Hakeem Jeffries! Certainly not disappointing there. Trying to hold up a sign or something in protest. It got swatted away by one of Donald Trump's members of his cabinet. It appears the sign broke. He tried to hold it up again. He is having trouble with it. I do wonder if the cameras are going to pan to it. Because I'm curious of what it says. It says something about assault, I believe. Jormungander 5665 sent a super chat to the Associated Press saying, "Shame, bell emoji, pedo protectors and economic parasites." Now I'm surprised that the official State of the Union feed has not cut. Oh, it has cut. Okay. So we are going to switch over to the official White House feed because if you guys know me, you know I like to use official feeds where possible. I do believe the Associated Press feed is ahead of the White House's feed. So I have the Associated Press's feed here to the left. Expect to see them react prior to Donald Trump making announcements. I do find it interesting that the White House's graphics package seems to have borrowed a lot of the design language from CNN's. I do hope that you guys are able to hear the audio well. The White House's feed is a little bit quiet. For those of you listening and watching, Donald Trump is in the Donald Trump is in the building, but everyone is applauding, so he has not yet started speaking. He really is, soaking in this moment right now as he slowly meanders towards the podium.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Now, Donald Trump seems the happiest that he's been in a while.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
Again, I do apologize if foul language is used during this speech. The way Donald Trump is using rhetoric, I would not be surprised if he cursed during this presentation.
Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Jeffries seems to be standing, let's see if they cut to the wide shot, with his sign of protest. He's arguing with another member of Congress who I believe is standing next to him.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
I'm very excited about that. That should be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to seeing what they put on. Seems like there will be sporting events. I wonder if they'll air on ESPN or C-SPAN. One of the two.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
It's a bit dramatic. I do think some things were improved under the Trump administration, but I really don't think that there's been a turnaround for the ages. And we've seen some members of Congress there standing in front of Jeffries, blocking him so that he cannot hold the sign. It looks like he's being escorted out of the building to the applause of the majority of the members of Congress.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure.
Now, it seems like there was some shouting as Jeffries was protesting being thrown out of the building.
Thank you.
Those shouts were drowned out by Chancellor
Today, our border is
USA.
secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
See, so it seems like Trump is going to act as though the economy is booming at the moment. Not quite true. Not quite true.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
Now, this is very true. I think that one of the biggest accomplishments of Trump's administration is cracking down on legal immigration, also using the National Guard to stem crime in major blue cities.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
To be fair, this is an incredible achievement.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
So that rhetoric sort of flies in the face of alternative rhetoric from the mainstream media. Donald Trump hates immigrants.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born. Substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
I don't know what core inflation is and how is that different than inflation?
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
And that's pretty impressive as well.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
While that may be true, there are still issues with the job market that are preventing people from truly thriving in this economy.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
That's an interesting take, considering that pretty much anyone examining the economy is saying things are cooling
As
down.
thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
That's going to be good news for our economy.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
However, recent monthly job reports have claimed that very, very few recent created jobs have been in the private sector.
In America.
Not in America, in the public sector. Still very good, but not exactly what he claims.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
Also, I'd like to note that the person I referred to as Hakeem Jeffries earlier in this presentation is actually Al Green's. My apologies. His sign read, "Black people aren't apes."
I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
But to be fair, this is like a bodybuilder still being strong a week after, a competition. I think we're still strong, but we are weakening when it comes to our economy.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Nice, nice. Now, there's been some controversy here with him not inviting the women's hockey team. Now, people were not as excited about the women's hockey game as they were about the men's, even though I'd argue that the women's victory is a lot more thrilling, as I believe they won in overtime. But still, people took lots of issue with Trump not inviting them, and I would understandably so. The fashion in which he said he would not invite them was basically said that he would only invite them out of obligation. Actually, no, he didn't invite them, although he said it would just be obligatory because people would be mad at him if he didn't invite them. They then rejected his invitation, which I think is fair. Now, we've seen the hockey team, but we have not seen Cash Patel, so he might not have passed the breathalyzer test. There's about 250,000 people watching this stream alone.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh, so the American women are coming. I did hear that they rejected the invitation, but perhaps 2 invitations were sent. One for the State of the Union address and one to visit the White House.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I'm rather surprised that actually he's going to be given the Medal of Freedom for playing in a hockey game. Usually these are provided to extraordinary individuals who have done much in defense of freedom or in service of the country. This was a sporting event.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Over the years, several athletes have actually received medals of freedom. Trump gave Tiger Woods a Medal of Freedom in 2019.
Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Now, that was achieved in D.C. by deploying the National Guard. So I wonder if he's also going to deploy the National Guard to San Francisco.
And I must say, I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place, and now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
It is very exciting. It's nice.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Now, Trump has not said nearly as much about what he's done as what other Americans have done so far in his presentation. I know that tends to happen early on in these speeches, but I do want to put the indication that he would rather spotlight Americans' success. Maybe he doesn't have as many positive things to say about his term as he would like. But we'll see how this goes.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class, and he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
I will say one of the nice things about this is that you do hear some heartwarming stories from all across the country that you otherwise might not have heard of, especially if you haven't been following the news very closely.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
That is good news. When it comes to the economy, that is one of my favorite things about Donald Trump is that he loves giving out tax cuts.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
She is standing up.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that.
Well, who did? It seems like the type of thing that Trump would name.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner, thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it, how much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov, TrumpAccounts.gov, and a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started, and now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling.
Now, Donald Trump.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
On Trump accounts, I'm really curious to see how that is going to work better than other funds, like I believe it functions similarly to Social Security.
Jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration. Everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now, the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
These are sharp words for the union address. Somewhat divisive, I'd argue.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%. Like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
I wonder if he'll make another announcement that he's made an agreement with pharma companies to bring down pharmaceutical
Other
prices.
presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Now, Donald Trump's support for IVF is one of the reasons why many people do not deem him to be pro-life. IVF does involve the destruction of living human embryos and human beings, which is pretty problematic.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters, because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%.
You would
but
be surprised,
John and
bro.
Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. He may do it. Codify it anyway.
Joe
Thank
Biden
you.
ballooned gas
Many
prices.
Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up, and in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
When it comes to the electric power plants, allowing American manufacturers to have their own power plants, I am curious as to whether or not they'll
And
get
now I'm
nuclear
asking Congress
permits.
to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
Now, that might do some to help with the housing market.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Interestingly enough, this is not a declaration of a
Since I
policy.
took office,
He's just saying
the typical 401k
we're not
balance
gonna
is
hurt
up by
these
at least
things.
$100,000.
So they're applauding for no
That's
policy
a lot of money.
or no political position at all.
Millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
I do agree.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Nice. It'll be nice to see these issues tackled in other states, because Minneapolis is not alone in having fraud like this.
He'll get it done. And we're able to find enough of that fraud. We will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
I am a legislation person. Trump saying, I am going to take care of this problem is not good enough for me.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Kid's adorable.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location.
That is a pivot.
That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Frankly, it should not have taken this long for us to get this policy. Democrats are very mad that immigrants are going to have to learn how to read English before they drive. That's crazy how they're not standing up for that.
At the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
Summarizing a chat that we're getting in here from Bray Leno, he's very upset that Jack Hughes is there, the hockey player on the American men's hockey team.
As we speak,
he's a fan of Jack Hughes.
Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
A lot of Democrats still sitting down for that. Doesn't seem like any Democrats are saying that we should prioritize citizens over illegal immigrants. It's not all surprising, but it is a little disappointing. I will say the fact that the Democrats refuse to fund DHS over ICE kind of does show their own colors, that they would rather have America go undefended from terrorist threats than enforce immigration law, which I think is something that, you know, they sort of made known. There's one thing to say something with rhetoric, it's another thing to put into action with the way you guys vote and legislate. Of course, there are issues with how ICE is caring about their duties, but I still think they're doing more good than harm, and I think it's extremely important that immigration law gets enforced.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
We do have Democrats starting to heckle now, very upset about Donald Trump saying that they should be ashamed of themselves for not prioritizing citizens over illegal immigrants. It seemed like Mike Johnson was ready to call the chambers into order. Berlino also sent a chat asking me to check my DMs.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Very excited about the SAVE Act. It will require proof of citizenship in order to vote in federal elections.
Stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
This, to me, is one of the most common sense laws that I've ever seen proposed in the halls of Congress. I really hope this gets passed. I'm not sure that it will. The midterms are very important
All voters must show
when it comes to this
proof of
passing.
citizenship.
But I am very, very excited about this policy. Some people are upset, but I do think it's going to do a lot of good.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
Legit. Very, very hard to argue
And
against
this
these
should be an
requirements.
easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
This is very true. Bray Leno sent me pictures of Trump, Stalin, and Hitler.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City. I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
I agree with that as well. This should be the next piece of legislation that passes.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
I do think that the rhetoric of if Democrats win, it's only because they cheated is, I would say, teeters on being dangerous, right? Because you set the precedent that basically my political opponents win, then there's no way that was democratic in a legitimate election.
In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Wow. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
That must have been rough to go through.
Thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Okay, you know what? That rhetoric is divisive, unnecessary, and uncalled for, but it's absolutely legitimate at the same time.
Amazing.
To have Democrats out here saying that teachers should be pretending that boys are girls or girls are boys and hiding that from the parents is literally insane, clinically insane. Clinically insane, pre-DSM-5 at least. It's ridiculous.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
It's interesting that as this event goes on, the chat is turning more and more pro-Trump. Maybe the Democrats are getting sick of it.
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Now, Charlie Kirk is someone who should be getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Bro, give that man 3.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred. Really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica.
Got some Democrats standing for that, which is nice.
A lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Got Democrats standing for that, which is nice. Actually, everyone's standing for that. I'm really surprised.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Now, Republicans will tell you that this is a problem of immigration. And I will say that unchecked immigration does not help the situation. But the real culprit here is judges and DAs who let career criminals go free with no recourse to continue to do acts of violence. American citizens do acts of violence like this too after getting arrested for 1 or 2 dozen instances of violence.
I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
This is a judicial system issue, not an immigration issue. If illegal immigrants came through and they did something violent and once they were thrown in jail, then they would not victimize as many people as the violent ones do.
I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success. New Orleans, Louisiana, big success. And our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen?
National Guard, show force, really drove the criminals off the streets.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
I will say, I am starting to get very, very tired of Trump's divisive rhetoric, not just on Truth Social, but in his speeches, this one included. I think it really shows where our political discourse has gone, and he is standing here calling Democrats sick people for their various positions. True or not, this makes me yearn for statesmen such as Barack Obama, for example.
A great young lady. I saw reports that were like perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand. Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
Now, Trump has not ended all these wars, notably. Even he is admitting that the Israel-Hamas war has not been concluded. However, I will say that Donald Trump's effort in slowing down or halting existing military conflicts has been impressive.
And I also want to thank
outside
the man
of
they report to,
Russia and Ukraine.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
And honestly, Marco Rubio deserves more credit. He's one of the people going across the country and negotiating with all these foreign leaders. Trump is not doing it by himself.
People like you. Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way. Right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
I mean, it certainly will bolster his record if he ever runs for president.
I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back, but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much.
The reason why I laughed almost was because someone in the chat said, "What is he talking about? None of that will help with Bitcoin." Ironically, since Donald Trump has started his speech, Bitcoin is up $2,000. I found that very interesting, also relatively humorous.
The killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
That was a massive move. It could have sparked a world war, but instead, it really calmed down tensions. He truly threaded the needle with that move. I was surprised that it was successful, to be honest. I thought he shouldn't have intervened there.
The United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America.
Someone in the chat says, "Here comes the war announcement."
Hammer.
We'll see.
They were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again. And are at this moment, again, pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
This is true. If this is the subject that Trump will wrap up on, it's smart, because I think it's the strong point of his
thanks to
administration.
Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. We're also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because, as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
That is very good news, because recruitment has been down year after year for quite some time now.
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said $1,776.
A classic American governance.
I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also...
I did hear a claim that 1776 check, that came from other funds that were supposed to go to them anyways. Not sure how true that is. Trump claims that money came from tariffs.
We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Interesting that we see some Democrats clapping here but not standing.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. And my baby, it's becoming so important.
What has Space Force done?
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique,
so cool.
Please come down.
That's awesome. It's very well. It almost feels like Trump has done more to improve things internationally than he has at home.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
His wife looks so happy. That's sweet. He looks very happy as well, but he shows it in a different way. I do wonder what it must feel like to get one of those medals, you know? The computer ran out of space. See, I thought for sure I would have had space for the vibe, but it's okay.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you.
Someone in the chat for YouTube, for the Associated Press stream said, repeal the Bill of Rights. Red Slop 240.
Thank you, Eric.
Repeal the Bill of Rights.
That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator. Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Frankly, I was surprised. You know, he said this is the last thing he's going to do, basically. I'm surprised because typically these things last about 2 hours. And I think Trump has been speaking closer to an hour and 30 minutes. And we do see the entire hall, the entire chamber standing and cheering for him, which is good to see. Someone in the live chat for the Associated Press makes a really good point, actually. He says, actually, I want to attribute it to him.
Thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
Terry Buchanan 8242 makes a really good point in the Associated Press chat. Says, thought the Iranian program was stopped. Why do they have to go back in? This is a good point. Donald Trump did attack Iran's nuclear program, but now he did state in the State of the Union address that Iran is still working on weapons that could threaten Europe and America.
It's a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel, and then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy and unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
It was really interesting to hear Donald Trump in his final remarks there echo Manifest Destiny talking points. a lot of people who are anti-America have a problem with Manifest Destiny. I do think that it's sort of lionized in a way. I don't have any strong feelings about the concept, though. I just found it interesting that he used wording extremely similar to that rhetoric. I just found it oddly specific. All in all, I think this is about as good, it's almost as good of a State of the Union address that Donald Trump could have given. Frankly, in my discussions and takes on the state of the American economy, I focus on the job market. If you don't have a job, then you can't really participate in the economy in the way that perhaps you would like or you would even expect. However, Trump did make some good points that prices for many items are indeed down. He probably should have mentioned that, yes, while the tariffs that he did put into place did raise prices initially, it didn't take too long for many of the prices that were, many prices for products that were affected by those tariffs to then go down. And the market for many items did indeed normalize. So, even with items that were affected by the tariffs, prices are kind of starting to get back to normal now. He did stick to the talking point about the price of eggs. It's very easy to focus on. He did stick to the record low numbers of gas prices, which I think was very wise. He also not only emphasized his ability to maintain peace internationally, but he also discussed the various different acts that members of the government have performed in that pursuit. I do think that Trump used too much divisive rhetoric and language, though, because, you did see him say things such as, Democrats are disgrace, they're sick people, they caused problems. As true as some of those things might be, right? They did vote for things that have caused problems in the United States of America. The fact of the matter is, when you look to your statesman, to your chief executive of the United States of America, the president of the United States, what we shouldn't be looking for is political attacks, right? Political attacks typically are reserved for, at least traditionally, they have been reserved for the campaign cycle, right? And Donald Trump isn't running for office, so there really is no need for him to sort of egg on his political opponents like this. However, that's what he's chosen to do. That's what he's chosen to do, and that's what we'll have to accept. Now, we do have Abigail Spanberger's address coming up here later. However, there are other events going on all across the country with other people giving speeches and statements. Here, I'm going to go to, let's see here. Here, I'm going to cut to Midas Touch. This is a left-wing outlet. They have an event called the People's State of the Union.
Thank you.
Someone else just took the podium moments ago. That's Charlene Rochard.
I am grateful to Congresswoman Randall for welcoming me as her guest for the State of the Union. And I appreciate all of you for giving me the opportunity to share my voice tonight. Thank you. My name is Charlene Rochard, and I stand before you not just as a survivor, but as a mother, a woman, and a citizen who believes deeply in protecting the next generation. People often ask how I found the courage to speak publicly about something so painful. The truth is, I didn't find that courage alone. For years, I carried the weight of my experience in silence. And then a longtime friend, someone who remembered the vivid details of my past interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, encouraged me to reclaim my voice. When I finally stepped forward to tell my truth, I found myself surrounded by a sisterhood of survivors who lifted me up and reminded me that none of us walk this path alone. But I want to be honest about something that rarely gets said out loud. What happened to us didn't end when the abuse ended. Epstein's manipulation and coercive control changed the trajectory of many of our lives. Some of us went from thriving, working hard, building careers, feeling hopeful, to being unable to work at all. Some fell into depression. Some carried shame that was never ours to carry. For many of us, it has taken decades to overcome the impact of what happened, decades to heal, and decades to speak. And that is why I'm here tonight. I am speaking out because the next generation deserves better. Our children deserve a world where powerful people cannot harm others without consequence. They deserve a world where survivors are protected, not punished, for telling the truth. They deserve a world where silence is not the price of safety. I also want to say something that often gets lost in the noise. I believe that most of humanity are good people. Compassion, love, and peace are not abstract ideals, but are lived values. I've seen them in the survivors who hold each other up. I've seen them in the advocates who refuse to look away. I've seen them in the people who quietly reach out and say, "We believe you." Tonight, as we gather for the People's State of the Union, we are reminded that protecting children is not a partisan issue. It's a human one. And it requires all of us, including every community, every family, every survivor, every ally, to all stand together in unity. My hope is simple, that by sharing my story, I help create a space for others to share theirs. And that together we build a future where no child's life is derailed by someone else's abuse of power. And no survivor has to wait decades to be heard. Thank you for listening. Thank you for believing in survivors. And thank you for standing with us as we fight to protect the next generation.
It's very smart to have Epstein survivors here at this event. You know,
please, everybody,
Epstein,
let's please support Charlene right now, and please just show her a round of applause for the courage.
Epstein was not mentioned.
This is why we're fighting.
Epstein was not mentioned at all during the State of the Union. And I think a better president, frankly, would have had all of the survivors come forward and given them medals of freedom.
Look, it got real on this stage, right?
We got Joy Reid here.
mean, I think a lot of the time, Katie, people feel like politics is, it's just theoretical. It's just people giving speeches. It's just people talking. But these stories that you've heard tonight, this is the reason that we elect people to office, because these are not theoretical problems. These are human tragedies, and they're all man-made. Orange man-made. Yeah. Specifically. Yeah. And what's happened to some of these folks, it is criminal. Literally. And somebody ought to go to prison for it.
That's right.
For abusing, absolutely. it is unbelievable that we live in a country that has a Justice Department and so much injustice is being done under its nose. This is shameful. These stories that we've heard tonight, this should not be happening in the United States of America. And so this is not about speeches. This is about change. We have to stop this regime. We have to stop this regime. Joining us now, we are going to introduce 4 really important guests because we really want you all to take these stories in, okay? Exactly. Other countries are managing to hold people accountable, and the United States of America is not capable of holding people accountable. We are creating concentration camps and letting people suffer and die incarcerated for no reason other than being brown. Come on now. Nope. Come on now. If we can't do better than that, I don't even know what to tell you. Let's introduce these guests, my friend.
These are the voices, and this is why we're here tonight at the People's State of the Union, the People's State of the Union. Dr. Troy Jacobs worked on maternal fetal health along with vaccines. You know, the important stuff. Originally from Ethiopia, Dr. Jacobs came to the United States to improve our health outcomes for mothers and children. Fired by the Trump administration during the DOGE cuts after the dismantling of USAID. We're also joined by Yvonne Rodriguez and Alice Goldberg, a music teacher who owns her own small business, whose premiums jolted after Trump's big bullshit bill. And Marlon Ricardo Camejo, whose citizenship appointments were canceled by whom? By Kristi Noem.
All right, frankly, I'm going to keep it 100. I'm going to keep it 100, unfortunately. I don't know if anyone particularly cares about what most of those people have to say. I will say this. I have to give credit where credit's due. As much as it might be a partisan move, I am very glad that Midas Touch gave a platform for Jeffrey Epstein's accusers to speak. Because first of all, they deserve all the spotlight that they can get. Second of all, they should have gotten some sort of acknowledgement from the State of the Union. They got no acknowledgement from the State of the Union. Third of all, they've endured a lot in coming forward. They deserve to get presidential medals of freedom. Hopefully in the future, whether posthumously or not, they do receive presidential medals of freedom for standing up for the truth and what happened to them. So, of course I haven't seen the majority of this Midas Touch event. Not a big Midas Touch fan, but I have to be honest and I have to be fair, that they did do something good here in bringing our attention, or at least the Democrats' attention, to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, which is what at least some of our focus should be on tonight. Now, we're going to cut over to Abigail Spanberger. She is giving the Democratic response to the State of the Union address.
Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg. We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly, and let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him.
Framing tariffs as tax hikes is very wise.
They're making
it's
your
accurate.
life more
you can't
expensive.
really argue
They're
against
even
it.
making it more difficult.
And it goes against
to see
Trump's rhetoric that he is
Rural
in support
health
of
clinics in
lower
Virginia
taxes.
and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you
anything to make things more
and your
affordable.
family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I work side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
The idea that, you know, you can't be detained because your mother is absurd.
After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no.
Okay.
In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot.
She does make a good point. Donald Trump has made moves to enrich himself.
So I'll ask again,
during his second term.
Is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school, so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points.
One thing I note about the student walkouts and protests is I believe many of them, if not most of them, were organized by the teachers, not the students.
In our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you.
I wonder if she's going to point to any Democratic policy aimed at improving
In his farewell
the
address,
cost of living.
George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
That's really short. Frankly, you know, I'm going to keep it, what is that, 10 minutes? 15 minutes. I'm going to keep it 100. That was extremely disappointing. First of all, because there are multiple things that you could legitimately attack Donald Trump's second administration for. He has by no means been a great president. You know, you could point to his extremely emotional rhetoric. You could point to his rhetoric, which has been hateful at times. So many other things that you could point to. But, you know, she seems to mostly focus on these very light, very broad attacks, trying to pitch Donald Trump as someone who is making America more dangerous, not less dangerous, more expensive, not less expensive. The attacks that she used are Donald Trump's strongest points. When it comes to the economy, I think, frankly, Spanberger should have focused on the I frankly think that she should have focused on the job market, because the job market is not really that great right now. But if you look at other aspects of the economy, either they're doing great, like if you look at the price of eggs, look at the cost of gas, or they are improving. You see this with, you know, products whose prices are. You see this with the products where the prices are sort of equalizing and correcting after the tariffs that Trump put in place. So, and also with illegal immigration, right? I understand that Abigail Spanberger is speaking primarily to Democrats who believe that enforcing immigration law increases danger in the country, not decreases danger in the country. But for those who are outside of that paradigm, who don't hold that belief, you know, particularly people who are who have either been victims of violence by illegal immigrants or know people who were victims of violence by illegal immigrants or who've had jobs displaced due to immigration, they're going to kind of look at these remarks and be rather confused, because the policies that Donald Trump has enacted or the things that he has done, which have improved the safety for America, Abigail Spanberg seems to be completely disconnected from, or is just playing out of touch. For example, she's not saying anything about crime rates. Why? Because crime rates are plummeting. She's not saying anything about all the conflicts that Donald Trump Trump has ended overseas. Why? Because if you look internationally, Donald Trump has improved the state of the world when it comes to world peace. Sure, he hasn't been able to solve every conflict, but he has had a net positive impact on the world when it comes to international conflicts. Abigail Spanberger's speech, I think, is probably going to be most impactful to people who either don't follow politics very closely, right? So they're not aware of all the things that Donald Trump has done, or to Democrats who sort of have a knee-jerk reaction to believe that everything that Donald Trump does is already bad. Abigail Spanberger is here to tell you that what Donald Trump is doing is bad, but she's not exactly here giving solutions by the Democrats. She tells us that Democrats are doing things to improve the cost of living, but we're really just supposed to take her word for it because she didn't propose a single policy that would actually improve the cost of living. She talked about housing, right? She says the Democrats are working on improving housing, but she hasn't put forth a single policy that would improve housing, right? And the crazy thing about that is, at the state level, you actually have more power to improve cost of living than the President of the United States, especially when it comes to housing. Because housing costs are in some part caused or inflated by a combination of two things. First of all, zoning laws, right? You can only build affordable housing if the zoning laws allow you to. And second of all, the costs and red tape of getting a building ready for a tenant and then renting that house out to a tenant. Those two things are things the Democrats easily could be working to improve so that there is greater housing inventory for renters. But they're not interested in that. They have power in several states. I believe Spanberger, Virginia is kind of a blue state right now, right? I mean, Spanberger isn't making a single move to improve either of those things. So Spanberger is telling you the truth about some things about Donald Trump, but the majority of what she is saying, the Democrats aren't doing anything better in regards to it. And she's just flat out lying on things like safety of American citizens. Most people who view this, I think, are probably going to be informed politically. They're going to be consumers of the news and consumers of politics. So I am surprised that she thought that she could get away with saying things that are just so blatantly untrue from the podium here. I'm really curious to see what the reaction to that presentation is going to be, because it's just not really convincing to anyone who's even like remotely in tune with what's going on in the United States. I do want to scan this real quick just to see what sort of like the reaction to the State of the Union address has been. Let's see, I'm not really seeing anything. I specifically wanted to see reaction to from like business sources, because I think that the economy is still on shaky ground, but I'm not really seeing anything from CNBC. I'm not seeing any uploads from Bloomberg. Let's see. Not seeing any coverage from News Nation yet. I don't think that NBC News has released any commentary segments following the speech yet. But let's go to this, because I believe News Nation had other camera angles that I did not get in that official camera feed from the White House. This is the video of Al Green getting removed from the chamber. Hold on, I gotta unmute this tab.
But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
And now you see Al Green, they're getting moved, being pushed out. Not pushed out, but escorted out. He's holding a sign that says, I think black people are not apes.
And we will never go back to where
And
we
he's
were
fighting with
just
someone
a very
else.
short time ago. We're not going back.
Someone else is trying to take that away from
Today
him.
our border is secure.
As he's getting into shouting matches with other members of Congress, Republicans started chanting USA to drown that out. It was just a very interesting moment. I wanted to share the clip of that in case you guys didn't get a chance to see that. But, you know, I think that is going to wrap up the night. We've had a long night, guys. We've had a long night. Probably one of my longer streams. You know, this stream lasted, 4 hours and 40 minutes. I really did enjoy streaming for this long. I will admit that I went into the stream a little tired. It was a good time. We got to get a lot done in the stream. It was really enjoyed hopping on here and hanging out with y'all. Also, I do want to shout out, as is customary, everyone in the chat before I leave. Creative Monkey 07, thanks for sending in your messages into the chat. I am not going to play Roblox. Sorry, not sorry. NASCAR Khan, thank you for believing in me. We did indeed do it. We did defeat the Villager after the hard work of logging on. What a moment. Go back and watch the stream. Us defeating the Villager is probably like the most unconventional way that you could possibly defeat the Villager. So yeah, it's entertaining to watch. The Angry Canadian, shout out to Angry Canadian for sending in messages. For those of you in the audience who are of the praying type, pray that he passes his class. I know firsthand how difficult it could be to pass those technical classes, especially with difficult profs. So I do wish him luck in that endeavor. Amy, thanks for letting me know that I should change my description. You're completely right. Once I think of something better, I'll put it in the description. Bray Leno, I hope you get it together. Seem very upset about Jack Hughes being there. You're sending me pictures of Donald Trump and Stalin and Hitler, so I've got no idea what your political affiliation is. But I do think it's cool you like hockey, I guess. But yeah, I think that really includes everything. I am tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm quite sure you guys are too. So I'm going to go ahead and peace out. But thanks everyone for tuning in. Check out the Discord server. If you want to send me things to react to, it's dacrd@ntnwb.cc. Someplace you want to be if you want to chat with me. And also don't forget to check out the Non-Newbie Highlights channel, where I upload videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at noon. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Peace out.